In a galaxy where power defines destiny, few creations command as much fear or fascination as the superweapons of Star Wars. Some can erase planets in an instant. Others forge fleets without end, consume entire civilizations, or drain the Force itself to feed their masters. They are monuments to ambition, engines of destruction, and cautionary tales written across the stars. Tonight, we're unlocking their secrets, from the Death Stars to ancient Sith relics, from forgotten machines that moved planets to weapons that shattered suns. This is the full story of every superweapon in the Star Wars galaxy, their origins, their terrifying power, and how they ultimately met their end, told in detail at a calm, steady pace, perfect for drifting into sleep if you dare. So settle in. Let your mind wander through the dark corners of galactic history. And if you enjoy this kind of deep dive into forgotten lore, you're welcome to subscribe and like. It helps keep the archives open. And if there's a superweapon or forgotten story you'd like to hear next, feel free to leave a comment. The galaxy is vast and every story deserves to be uncovered. Now, let's begin. The Death Star. Few names in the galaxy carry the same weight. Few shapes inspire the same quiet dread. A massive, looming sphere, serene in its symmetry, cold in its purpose. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a statement, a promise that no world, no rebellion, no dream of freedom was beyond the Empire's reach. The first Death Star was born not from science alone, but from ambition and fear. Whispers of its design began in the shadows of the Clone Wars, as the Republic sought a secret deterrent against the Separatists. But after the war ended, it was the newly crowned Emperor who seized the plans and turned them into something far more terrible. Construction began in the remote Despair system, hidden from prying eyes, deep within the Maws' tangled gravity wells. Thousands of laborers, many unwilling, worked to assemble the weapon under the watchful eyes of Imperial overseers and Sith Lords. It was an effort that spanned decades, plagued by setbacks, sabotage, and political maneuvering. But in the end, they succeeded. The result was staggering. A battle station over 160 kilometers in diameter, capable of housing over 1 million crew members, stormtroopers, officers, and technicians. Its design blended military practicality with brutal symbolism. Rows of turbo laser batteries and tractor beam arrays covered its surface, but they were mere decorations next to its true purpose. The super laser. This was the heart of the Death Star, a dish-shaped scar embedded near its equator, focused not on any one target, but on annihilation itself. Powered by enormous kyber crystals, those same ancient relics once cherished by the Jedi Order, the super laser could unleash a beam of concentrated energy strong enough to shatter entire planets. Its first test came not in secret, but in demonstration. The peaceful world of Alderaan was chosen as the example, its fate sealed without debate or hesitation. One moment, a thriving planet of mountains, seas, and cities. The next, a silent cloud of debris scattering into the void. Billions gone in an instant. The message was clear. The Empire no longer needed armies to rule. It simply needed fear. But for all its terrifying power, the Death Star harbored a flaw, not in its armor or weaponry, but in the arrogance of those who commanded it. A small, overlooked exhaust port, barely 2 meters wide. A weakness exploited by Rebel Alliance pilots in a desperate assault above Yavin 4. One well-placed proton torpedo fired by a young pilot named Luke Skywalker, and the entire station erupted from within, consumed by its own fury. The Empire's symbol of invincibility was reduced to wreckage, scattering across space. And yet, the story didn't end there. The Emperor, never one to accept defeat, immediately ordered construction of a second Death Star, larger, more powerful, and with its previous weakness erased. This new weapon dwarfed its predecessor, spanning over 200 kilometers in diameter. Its super laser was faster, capable of firing repeatedly rather than once. Its defenses were enhanced, including a near-impenetrable shield generated from the nearby forest moon of Endor. But this time, the Empire's strategy wasn't just military. The Death Star 2 itself became bait, a trap carefully set to lure the rebel fleet into a doomed assault. As the rebels attacked, they found themselves outmatched, their ships falling before the station's turbo lasers and the Emperor's hidden fleet of star destroyers. Yet, once again, it wasn't a grand armada or planetary siege that sealed the station's fate. It was a smaller, quieter act of rebellion. On the surface of Endor, a team of commandos, assisted fatefully by the native Ewoks, disabled the shield generator, leaving the station exposed. Meanwhile, inside the Death Star, a battle of a different kind raged as Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker faced the Emperor himself. When the shield fell, the rebels seized their chance. The Millennium Falcon, leading the assault, dove into the station's half-finished superstructure, weaving through its corridors like a knife through flesh. A single, well-placed strike to the station's main reactor ignited a chain reaction, tearing the Death Star 2 apart from within. It ended not with spectacle, but with fire, debris cascading through space, a burning reminder that even the most imposing weapons can fall. The Death Stars, both of them, remain etched in the galaxy's collective memory, not merely as machines of war, but as icons of hubris. They represented the Empire's belief that power alone could secure obedience, that fear could replace hope, that a single weapon could rule the stars. But in the end, both Death Stars fell to the same truth. No matter how large the machine, it cannot escape the flaws of those who wield it. Pride, overconfidence, and the quiet, persistent defiance of those who refuse to be ruled. Somewhere, in the forgotten corners of old Imperial databanks, there are likely still schematics of the Death Stars, faint blueprints gathering digital dust, as if waiting for another era, another tyrant, another war. And if they're ever found again, let's hope someone has the sense to glance at Alderaan's empty coordinates and politely decline. Star Forge. Long before the Empire, before the Jedi Civil Wars, before the Republic even knew its own limits, there existed a machine so vast, so ancient, that even the Death Star would seem like a quaint experiment by comparison. It was called the Star Forge. If the Death Star was a hammer to crush planets, then the Star Forge was something far more insidious. An endless factory built not to destroy worlds directly, but to drown them beneath fleets and armies. A tool of war designed not just with technology, but with the Force itself, specifically the dark side. The story begins some 30,000 years before the rise of the Empire, in the age of the Rakatan Infinite Empire, a civilization built on cruelty, conquest, and an unsettling knack for bending the Force to their will. The Rakata were a species driven by hunger, for dominance, for slaves, and for power. And the Star Forge was their greatest weapon. Floating in orbit around a dying star in the Lahon system, the Star Forge wasn't merely a space station, it was alive in its own way. It drew energy from the star itself, siphoning solar plasma to fuel its endless production lines. Massive spires reached toward the star like claws, dragging its life into the heart of the machine. But that was only part of the story. The Star Forge also fed on something far more dangerous: emotion. It was saturated with the dark side of the Force, drawing power from fear, anger, and hatred. The more the Rakata used it, the more it corrupted them in return, twisting their minds and accelerating their downfall. They believed they controlled it, but in truth, the station was slowly consuming them, warping their empire from within. And what did it build? Anything. Starfighters, battleships, droid armies, crafted in endless numbers. Its assembly lines were fully automated, requiring no workers, no raw materials beyond what it could steal from the star or scavenge from its surroundings. Ships launched directly from its enormous docking bays, ready for war. Defenses, minimal. The Starforge didn't need them. Its protection lay in its endless production capacity. Any attackers would face swarms of ships before they could even get close. And for those bold enough to land inside, legions of droids patrolled its labyrinthine corridors, waiting for intruders. For a time, it seemed unstoppable. But as the Rakatan Empire decayed, rotted from within by their own creation, the Starforge was abandoned, forgotten, lost to history, until Darth Revan found it. In a tale that would echo through millennia, Revan, a fallen Jedi turned Sith Lord, stumbled upon the scattered star maps, ancient navigational devices scattered across the galaxy. Despite its best efforts to erase itself from history, the Starforge had unknowingly preserved its own location within these devices, reconstructing them in a paradoxical effort to hide itself. Revan and his apprentice, Darth Malak, followed the clues, piecing together the trail that led to Lehon. There, orbiting its dying star, the Starforge still awaited, fully operational, as if it had never slept. Revan saw its potential. He activated the station and unleashed it upon the galaxy, forging a new Sith armada that swept across the stars. Ship after ship, droid after droid, poured from its depths. The Republic found itself outmatched, unable to compete with the sheer speed and scale of production. No matter how many battles they won, the enemy returned stronger, faster, more numerous. But the Starforge wasn't finished revealing its darker secrets. Deep within its core, it held the ability to drain the Force itself from living beings. Darth Malak used this power in his final battle, tapping into the life energy of captured Jedi to prolong his strength and resist death. The station's hunger was insatiable, and every ship it produced carried the mark of its corruption. In the end, it wasn't fleets or firepower that destroyed the Starforge, but Revan himself, redeemed and returned to the light. With the help of Bastila Shan's battle meditation and the Republic fleet, Revan led a final assault on the station. The battle was brutal. Ships burned in orbit. The temple of the ancients on Lehon, which guarded the system, crumbled. Inside the Starforge, Revan fought his former apprentice as the station's machinery roared around them, producing weapons even in its final moments. And then, collapse. The Starforge, its power source overdrawn and its systems ruptured, fell into the star it had spent millennia feeding upon, consumed at last by the very energy it had harvested for so long. The Republic fled as the station burned, leaving behind only wreckage and silence. But even in death, the Starforge left a shadow. The galaxy never forgot the lesson it taught, that power without restraint consumes not just worlds, but those who wield it. For all its mechanical genius, the Starforge was, at its core, a cautionary tale. A reminder that some machines are better left undiscovered, and that some shortcuts to power lead only to ruin. And if you ever find yourself wishing for an automated factory that can build anything you desire, perhaps think twice, especially if it comes with glowing spires, an ominous hum, and an appetite for stars. Centerpoint Station. Long before the Empire, before the Republic, before even the Jedi remembered their own beginnings, something vast and unknowable was quietly placed in the galaxy. Suspended in the silence between two planets, at a Lagrangian point in the Corellian system, floated a station so massive, so ancient, and so impossibly advanced, it defied reason. Centerpoint Station, a relic from a time when gods still walked among stars. At over 350 kilometers in length and 100 kilometers wide, it made even the Death Star look modest by comparison. From a distance, it resembled a translucent sphere with short cylindrical arms, barely visible through the veil of space. And at its core, literally, hovered the glow point, a softly pulsing orb of raw energy, 60 kilometers across, suspended in a vast hollow chamber like a heartbeat echoing through time. But this was no decoration. The glow point powered one of the most terrifying mechanisms ever imagined. A tractor beam system so powerful, so precise, it could reach out through hyperspace itself. Planets, moons, even stars could be moved like chess pieces, rearranged, destabilized, or destroyed. Centerpoint was not just a station, it was an artist's chisel, used by the Celestials to carve entire solar systems. They used it to sculpt the Corellian sector, to place worlds where none belonged, to create the Maw, a cage of black holes designed to imprison a being of chaos, the twisted immortal known as Abeloth. And then, the Celestials vanished. Their reasons, like the blueprints of Centerpoint itself, lost to myth. The station remained behind, dormant, slumbering in deep space, waiting to be remembered. Eventually, it was. Not by scholars or sages, but by settlers. After the fall of the Rakatan Infinite Empire, escaped slaves colonized the station, unaware of its origin or purpose. They built homes inside its massive core, cultivating crops under artificial skies, and called it Hollowtown, a tiny, thriving community, nestled unknowingly inside a god's forgotten tool. The glow point became a feature of daily life, a source of light and heat and minor superstition. The real danger, long buried beneath millennia of ignorance, lay untouched, until it didn't. In 18 ABY, that ignorance met curiosity, and the results were, predictably, catastrophic. Scientists from the planet Sakoria reactivated the station's ancient systems. Their experiment aimed to test the station's tractor beam power, but what they ended up doing was accidentally destroying a star, not dimming it, not cracking it, obliterating it. The backlash ignited the glow point into a state of critical instability, flash-frying Hollowtown and forcing an immediate evacuation. In an instant, thousands of lives were erased, and the galaxy was reminded that some relics are better left buried. Naturally, such power didn't go unnoticed. Soon, Centerpoint Station fell into the hands of the Triad, a separatist movement eager to use the weapon for their own ends. And they did. They fired it twice more, destroying stars with surgical cruelty. The galaxy, already shaken by war, now had to reckon with a weapon that could reach across light years and erase entire systems. The only thing that stopped it? A teenage boy, Anakin Solo, barely old enough to fly a starfighter without adult supervision, managed to intervene before the Triad could fire again. The station was disabled, but not destroyed. And as new wars rose, particularly against the Yuuzhan Vong, Centerpoint was revived once more. In a desperate act, the weapon was fired again, this time obliterating an entire Vong fleet. Unfortunately, its targeting systems weren't quite up to modern standards. A friendly fleet, caught in the crossfire, was vaporized as well. You'd think a device that can move planets would come with a slightly better UI. As the station passed from faction to faction, hope dwindled that anyone could ever safely control it. Luke Skywalker and the new Jedi Order came to a sobering conclusion. Centerpoint had to be destroyed. Jedi Master Keep Durran led the mission to reprogram the weapon to fire on itself. The plan was elegant, if risky. But before it could be completed, a grieving technician, his mind clouded by vengeance, attempted to fire it at Coruscant, unaware of the reprogramming in progress. What followed was the final act of Centerpoint Station. The gravitic pulse, triggered prematurely, caused the station to implode, taking everyone on board with it. Ships nearby were annihilated, and the galaxy breathed a quiet, uneasy sigh of relief. Too late to realize what had just been unsealed. The explosion destabilized the Maw, a cluster of black holes crafted by the Celestials as a prison. With Centerpoint gone, that prison weakened. And from the heart of that darkness, something began to stir. Abeloth began to wake. Centerpoint Station is more than a weapon. It is a legacy, a warning, a whisper from a civilization so old, so powerful, that its forgotten tools can still shape the fate of stars. Its story is not just one of destruction, but of hubris, a place where people planted gardens above the pulse of an apocalypse, where war and grief and power collided in ancient machinery few truly understood. And if you ever find yourself standing near a glowing orb inside a forgotten station, and someone says, maybe we should try turning it on, just remember Centerpoint. Sometimes the most dangerous weapons aren't the ones designed to kill, but the ones built by gods and abandoned. World Devastator. In the darkest days of the galaxy, a new terror descended from the stars, a weapon that didn't merely destroy worlds, it consumed them. They were called World Devastators, and they were the Empire's brutal answer to resistance. Massive war machines, designed not for swift annihilation, but for slow, relentless devastation. Unlike the dramatic instant obliteration of a Death Star, these titanic engines brought a far crueler fate. When the reborn Emperor Palpatine returned during the Dark Empire era, he unleashed them upon a galaxy already scarred by conflict. Their approach was methodical. They would descend upon a world, anchor themselves to its surface, and begin their grim harvest. Cities, forests, oceans, everything in their path was consumed, broken down, and repurposed to fuel the Imperial war machine. What made them truly terrifying wasn't just their staggering size, each one dwarfing even the largest capital ships, but the slow, inevitable nature of their destruction. They crawled across landscapes like mechanical predators, devouring everything. Inside, they housed a nightmare of industrial engineering. Beneath their armored hulls were vast, automated factory cores, labyrinths of conveyor belts, nanoforges, and assembly lines. The raw materials sucked in from the planet's surface were immediately processed and transformed into weapons of war. TIE fighters, walkers, droids, produced at a pace that would put entire shipyards to shame. These machines didn't just destroy, they recycled. Every ruined city block, every scorched mountain, became the foundation for the Empire's next assault. The heart of each devastator was a highly advanced droid brain, managing every aspect of the process with cold, mechanical efficiency. These droid minds could shift production on a whim, manufacturing starfighters one moment, then heavy assault vehicles the next, adapting instantly to the needs of battle. Somewhere, an Imperial engineer must have asked the ultimate question. What if your recycling bin could build an entire invasion fleet? The result was terrifyingly effective, if a little lacking in subtlety. But their power didn't end with production. These monstrosities were also heavily armed and well protected. Massive turbo laser batteries and ion cannons lined their hulls, while powerful shield generators rendered most conventional attacks useless. Yet their most horrifying weapon was their tractor beam network. These weren't ordinary tractor beams meant for capturing ships. They could lock onto entire cities, starships, or even the very crust of a planet, tearing them apart and pulling the debris straight into their gaping maws. For those unfortunate enough to witness their arrival, the sight was more than terrifying. It was existential. It wasn't merely death these machines brought. It was erasure. History, culture, and the very ground beneath their feet, all stripped away, ground down, and reforged into instruments of war. Nowhere was their terror more clearly demonstrated than during the siege of Mon Calamari. Known throughout the galaxy for its shipyards and shimmering oceans, Mon Calamari became the prime target. The world devastators descended without mercy, stripping away entire cities and tearing up the seabeds. In a matter of hours, the planet's wealth and beauty were being transformed into new imperial fleets. The New Republic was powerless. Their attacks couldn't pierce the Devastator's shields, and no fleet could stand against their relentless advance. In a galaxy where hope was already scarce, the mere appearance of a world devastator on the horizon was enough to send entire populations fleeing in terror. And yet, despite their overwhelming power, these machines had one fatal flaw. In their quest for efficiency, Imperial engineers had networked the Devastators together, linking their droid brains to a central control hub located on Biss, Palpatine's hidden fortress. This allowed them to coordinate assaults with terrifying precision and adapt quickly to changing battle conditions. But it also created a singular point of vulnerability. During the darkest hours of the battle for Mon Calamari, salvation came from an unlikely source: two droids. R2-D2 and C-3PO infiltrated the Imperial network, hijacking the master control system. In a stunning reversal, they reprogrammed the world devastators, turning the machines against one another. Malfunction spread like wildfire, and soon the devastators began tearing themselves apart, collapsing under their own power. Mon Calamari was saved, but the scars left behind would linger for generations. The psychological toll of the world devastators was as profound as their physical destruction. Unlike the Death Star's instant annihilation, these machines introduced a slower, more agonizing kind of terror. They didn't just obliterate, they erased the very identity of a world, grinding down its history and transforming it into the cold steel of imperial conquest. They also marked a subtle but significant shift in imperial philosophy. The Death Star had been a weapon of fear and spectacle, meant to shock the galaxy into submission through overwhelming firepower. The world devastators, however, embodied a colder logic. Why waste resources when they could be harvested and recycled into more weapons? They were the ultimate expression of imperial pragmatism, though perhaps lacking in hospitality. Somewhere, surely, an imperial engineer dreamed of one that could brew a decent cup of caf between planetary annihilations. But for now, destruction would have to suffice. Despite their terrifying capabilities, the world devastators were ultimately a failed experiment. Their destruction at Mon Calamari ended the Empire's most audacious attempt to turn entire worlds into engines of war. And yet, their legacy would endure, a grim warning of what happens when ambition goes unchecked, and technology is wielded without restraint or conscience. The sight of those colossal machines grinding across a planet's surface became etched into the galaxy's memory, a vision of terror, of industry twisted into a weapon, of progress stripped of morality. In the end, they stand as a chilling reminder. Even the mightiest weapons can be brought down by a single spark of resistance and a well-timed hack from a determined little astromech. So the next time you wish your recycling bin could do a little more, perhaps sort itself or take out the trash, remember this: sometimes it's better if it doesn't come equipped with tractor beams. Galaxy Gun. In the closing days of the Empire, as the galaxy smoldered from years of war, the Emperor's architects devised one final answer to the problem of distance: a way to strike any world, no matter how remote or well defended, without ever leaving the comfort of imperial territory. It was the ultimate evolution of technological terror. No fleets, no invasions, no warnings, just devastation delivered from the shadows. This was the Galaxy Gun. Towering nearly 7 kilometers long, it hung in orbit above Biss, the Emperor's hidden fortress deep within the treacherous deep core. From the surface below, Its immense barrel stretched toward the stars like a dark spear, casting a permanent shadow across the skies of the world beneath. But it wasn't merely the size that inspired dread. It was the weapon's terrifying reach. Unlike the Death Star, which required proximity to its victims, the Galaxy Gun could fire missiles that crossed the stars themselves, slipping through hyperspace to deliver annihilation from halfway across the galaxy. The true genius, or horror, of the Galaxy Gun lay in its ammunition. These weren't ordinary warheads. Each missile was, in essence, its own starship, a self-guided, heavily shielded projectile equipped with hyperdrive engines, sophisticated navigation systems, and enough firepower to erase entire cities or fracture a planet's crust. Upon launch, they leapt into hyperspace, carrying encrypted coordinates that could not be intercepted or countered. They were armed with advanced countermeasures, decoy warheads, evasive maneuvers, and shielding robust enough to endure any attempt at interception. As they neared their targets, the missiles dropped out of hyperspace, engaged their shields, and began evasive flight patterns, making last-minute course corrections to evade planetary defenses. And if interception somehow seemed likely, the missile could split apart, releasing decoy projectiles to confuse enemy systems. Upon impact, a carefully engineered detonation would unleash a combination of beradium explosives and molecular destabilizers, exotic technologies capable of reducing cities, continents, or entire planets to ash. But the Galaxy Gun wasn't simply a blunt instrument. It was also a marvel of targeting precision. Connected directly to the Emperor's central command network and drawing data from Imperial intelligence, it could strike with chilling accuracy. Its targeting computers could account for planetary orbits, rotational velocities, gravitational forces, and even the presence of local defense fields. There was no need for sieges or blockades, no invasions, just a set of coordinates and silence. When the weapon was first unveiled, it wasn't merely a demonstration of might, it was psychological warfare at its most refined. The Death Star had relied on visibility, looming in orbit to terrorize its prey. The Galaxy Gun offered no such warning. Its victims had no time to surrender, no hope of escape. A single missile struck the New Republic's capital at Dasucha 5th, piercing the planetary shield and reducing the surface to molten ruin. That first attack sent an unmistakable message. Nowhere was safe, and rebellion would be answered with instant erasure. The construction of the Galaxy Gun itself was a staggering feat of Imperial ambition. Built in the heavily fortified orbit of Bes, it required thousands of engineers, droids, and laborers, all working under tight Imperial control. The weapon's superstructure was reinforced with layers of hardened durasteel and energy-absorbing composites, designed to withstand the immense pressures and temperatures generated by launching planet-killing projectiles. Its power grid was equally monstrous, drawing energy directly from Bes's planetary systems to sustain repeated firings, and surrounding it, a dense swarm of Imperial warships, orbital stations, and planetary shields formed an impenetrable web of defense. Even if an enemy somehow reached Bes, an unlikely feat in itself, given the deep core's labyrinthine hyperspace routes, surviving its defenses was almost impossible. The New Republic understood the gravity of this new threat. Their spies scrambled to uncover its secrets. Their generals debated desperate plans to neutralize it. But brute force wasn't enough to bring down a weapon this deeply entrenched. In the end, the Galaxy Gun fell not to outside assault, but to the same flaw that undid many of the Empire's greatest weapons: its reliance on centralized control and its creator's overconfidence. As the Emperor's final clone body was destroyed in the chaos of his downfall on Bes, a saboteur within the ranks triggered a catastrophic failure. A missile, sabotaged before launch, detonated within the weapon's own barrel. The resulting chain reaction ripped through the entire station, vaporizing the Galaxy Gun in a single, apocalyptic flash. The explosion swept across the Imperial fleet stationed nearby, reducing one of the Empire's most formidable strongholds to ruin. The Galaxy Gun's legacy lingers as a chilling reminder of the Empire's final phase of terror, a shift from spectacle to subtlety, from visible domination to invisible annihilation. It was the ultimate long-range weapon, designed to rule through fear of the unknown. The Death Star had been a threat you could see. The Galaxy Gun was a death sentence that came without warning from light years away. On a technical level, it pushed the limits of military engineering. The innovations developed for its hyperspace-capable warheads, precision guidance systems, and reinforced launch infrastructure remained unmatched for years afterward. Even among the galaxy's many weapons of mass destruction, few inspired such quiet dread. And yet, its end was fitting, an enormous solution undone by its own weight and by the ever-present flaw in Imperial philosophy. The belief that no enemy could ever match their ambition. The destruction of the Galaxy Gun marked more than just the loss of a superweapon. It was the last gasp of an empire that believed it could rule through fear forever. If you ever find yourself worrying about problems that seem too far out of reach, remember this. The Empire once built a 7-kilometer cannon to solve long-distance disputes, only to see it blow up in their faces, quite literally. Sometimes, the bigger the weapon, the bigger the mess. Malachor Temple. If the Death Star was the Empire's idea of intimidation, then Malachor was the Sith's version of a warning label, etched into the landscape itself. Deep beneath the crust of a scarred and silent world sat a temple unlike any other in the galaxy. It didn't just house a weapon, it was the weapon. A monument to dark side hubris, forged in ancient times, and so devastating that even the Sith themselves feared it enough to bury it and forget. Or try to. The surface of Malachor tells the story before a single word is spoken. A petrified battlefield, thousands of figures frozen in place, mid-scream or mid-strike, locked in an eternal tableau of agony. Soldiers, Jedi, Sith, all caught in a pulse of power that turned flesh and armor into brittle stone. Not statues, victims. It's not a memorial, it's a mass grave frozen in time. At the heart of it all lies the temple. Towering, jagged, and half submerged into the crust, as if the planet tried to swallow it whole in a final act of self-preservation. Its architecture is unmistakably Sith, angular, menacing, designed to instill dread long before you ever touch the stone. Yet the structure was more than just a place of worship. It was a containment system for one of the deadliest weapons ever conceived. A massive, dark, side-powered energy beam, capable of annihilating entire armies in a single soul-wrenching burst. This weapon, activated by a Sith holocron inserted into the central obelisk, didn't rely on hyperdrives or explosives. It weaponized the Force itself, or more accurately, the perversion of it. The temple drew on raw hatred, fear, and suffering, emotions that the Sith prized above all else. The more death surrounded it, the more powerful it became. And when unleashed, the blast consumed everything in its radius, petrifying the living and scorching the land. What made it particularly elegant in the cold, detached language of superweapon design was that it left no wreckage to sort through, no ruins to rebuild, just stillness. According to fractured ancient texts and whispers lost in time, the temple was constructed during one of the earliest Jedi-Sith conflicts, perhaps as part of a last resort, something to be used only when the war spiraled beyond any hope of control. That's probably why it ended up buried. Even Sith Lords, as it turns out, occasionally have second thoughts when their weapons begin to outpace their ambition. But buried or not, Malachor couldn't stay forgotten forever. Thousands of years later, drawn by dark-side echoes and galactic desperation, new seekers found their way to the temple's dormant heart. Among them, Maul, former Sith apprentice, survivor of vengeance and obsession, and later, the Jedi Ezra Bridger. What followed was not a reawakening, but a near repeat of the tragedy. The temple's internal systems, long dormant, responded to the presence of force-sensitive beings like an old predator scenting prey again. It offered power, guidance, and visions of control, just enough to seduce. The obelisk began to hum once more. The petrified battlefield stood in silent warning. And still, history looked poised to repeat itself. When Ezra was tempted to activate the weapon, the echoes of the past grew louder, visions of his fallen master, offers of reuniting with lost family, promises of ending the war with one clean, perfect act. The same lie every superweapon whispers, that destruction can bring peace. But in the end, through the intervention of Ahsoka Tano and the arrival of the Inquisitors and Darth Vader himself, the temple was brought to the brink of activation once more, before being sealed and ultimately collapsing in on itself. A final breath held just a moment too long, nor breath. It's worth noting that the temple's activation didn't just release energy, it drained it. Those near it reported an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if the force itself was being strangled. This wasn't a laser or a blast, it was entropy in motion, weaponized silence, force-fed through ancient machinery, powered by nothing but suffering. The petrified warriors on Malaka's surface are more than battlefield remnants. They are the record of what happens when the force is abused on a scale too vast for the mind to hold. Their expressions, etched in horror, speak of a moment when death arrived, not with a sound, but with the removal of it. 1 second, a scream. The next, dust. And the irony, as always, is that the weapon didn't discriminate. Jedi or Sith, soldier or commander, if you were caught in the blast, you became stone. No ideology, no mercy, just matter, rearranged by the Force's twisted reflection. What makes the Malaka weapon unique among galactic superweapons is not just its power, but its intent. The Death Star destroyed planets to send a message. The Galaxy Gun killed from a distance to project fear. But the Malachor Temple didn't need to advertise. It absorbed everything it touched. Energy, motion, even time. It didn't care about witnesses. If there was ever a weapon designed not to conquer, but to erase, this was it. And yet, in a galaxy overflowing with ambition and forgotten ruins, it's not hard to imagine something like the Malachor Temple being unearthed again. The lure of ancient power is irresistible to those who think they can control it. But Malachor doesn't offer control. It offers oblivion. If you ever find yourself in a forgotten ruin, staring at a glowing obelisk surrounded by the stony remains of its last visitors, do yourself a favor. Don't touch anything. The Sith may have been many things, murderous, manipulative, fashionably dramatic, but they were never in the habit of building safe monuments, and if you hear the stone whisper, it's probably already too late. Mass Shadow Generator. If every superweapon in the galaxy tells a story of ambition gone too far, then the tale of the Mass Shadow Generator is something altogether different. It isn't a story of political intimidation or imperial spectacle. It's a story of desperation, of war pushed beyond the brink, where the only victory left is annihilation. It began during the Mandalorian Wars, a conflict brutal even by galactic standards. The Republic was losing, and losing badly. The Mandalorians, relentless and ruthless, carved their way across the Outer Rim, leaving scorched worlds and shattered fleets in their wake. Conventional tactics had failed, morale had collapsed. The Jedi Council refused to intervene, and somewhere in the midst of all this chaos, a man named Revan decided that if no one else would end the war, he would. Enter Colonel Bao-Dur, a brilliant Zabrak engineer with a mind for destruction and the resolve to match it. He wasn't a Sith Lord or a dark sorcerer. He was simply a soldier, one with a knack for building weapons no sane person would ever ask for. The mass shadow generator was his masterpiece, a superweapon unlike anything before or since. While most weapons sought to unleash energy outward through blasters, super lasers, or missile barrages, this device turned its focus inward, twisting the very fabric of gravity itself. Here's how it worked, though "worked" is a word that feels almost too clinical for what it did. The device tapped into a planet's natural gravity well and amplified it to catastrophic levels, creating an artificial mass shadow that could collapse anything caught in its pull. Ships in orbit were dragged down like pebbles in a flood. Buildings, mountains, entire cities crumbled under the strain, and at the epicenter, there was nothing left but silence. The target, Malachor 5, a world already scarred by battle, chosen for its strategic value and, perhaps, for the grim irony that it would become the final graveyard of the war. The final battle of the Mandalorian Wars was already underway when the mass shadow generator came online. In orbit above Malachor 5, Republic and Mandalorian fleets clashed in a chaotic storm of fire and wreckage. Starfighters danced and died in the void. Cruisers traded broadsides as the world below burned. It was everything a tactician might call decisive, but the outcome was already sealed before the first shot was fired. Bowder stood by his machine, waiting for the signal. And when it came, from Revan himself, there was no hesitation, no countdown, no ceremony. The activation code was transmitted, and the device roared to life. What followed wasn't an explosion. It was more like the galaxy itself, holding its breath and then collapsing inward. The planet's gravity surged beyond natural limits. Massive warships, once locked in battle far above the atmosphere, were pulled downward with terrifying speed, some breaking apart mid-fall, others slamming into the surface intact, only to be crushed moments later by the planet's shifting mass. Entire armies, Republic, Mandalorian, and anyone else unfortunate enough to be caught nearby, were dragged helplessly into the growing storm of debris and collapsing landmasses. The surface of Malachor 5 fractured like glass under a hammer, tectonic plates shattering and folding in on themselves, as if the planet were trying to devour itself. From space, it must have looked almost serene, at first. A ripple across the planet's surface, spreading outward in slow, monstrous waves. But to those on the ground, it was anything but peaceful. Cities, fortresses, and ancient landscapes were ripped from their foundations, spun into the air, and obliterated in seconds. Even sound couldn't escape. The pull of gravity simply consumed everything. When the dust finally settled, Malachor 5 was no longer a world. It was a wound, a broken husk surrounded by a ring of shattered ships and planetary debris, a graveyard orbiting its own corpse. Malachor 5 became a forbidden place, a monument to ruin so complete that even the most hardened scavengers dared not approach. The Republic, eager to bury its sins beneath layers of classified reports and deniable operations, sealed away all records of the weapon's existence. Officially, the battle had simply gone wrong. A tragic accident, the kind that war produces when the stakes grow too high and the choices grow too few. But those who knew the truth, those who survived, carried the weight of it forever. Bowder, the man who built the weapon, would later speak of it in hushed tones, his voice tinged with regret, sharp enough to cut through steel. He never claimed pride in his creation. Quite the opposite. He spent the rest of his life trying to atone for the destruction it had wrought. A brilliant engineer forever haunted by the machine he had forged, knowing that no act of rebuilding could ever erase what had been lost. Revan, too, bore the shadow of Malachor. The decision to activate the generator had ended the Mandalorian threat, but at a terrible price. Entire fleets, armies, civilizations turned to dust in an instant. In many ways, that moment marked the beginning of Revan's fall, the point where the line between savior and monster began to blur. Victory, yes, but what kind of victory leaves a world bleeding in space? The mass shadow generator was never rebuilt. No one else dared. Its design was lost, whether by accident or intent, and no known schematics survived the war. Perhaps that was for the best. It was the kind of weapon no empire could wield without losing its soul along the way. Yet, Malachor remained, a scar in the galaxy's memory, still crackling with strange energies, still drawing in those foolish or desperate enough to seek power among its ruins. In the end, the mass shadow generator wasn't merely a weapon. It was something far worse, a choice. A decision made in the quiet moments before devastation, when the only options left are surrender, or the unthinkable. It never had the theatricality of a Death Star, or the industrial monstrosity of a world devastator. It didn't fire a blinding beam of light or deploy legions of droids. It simply crushed, silently, absolutely, without a trace of glamour or spectacle. It left no audience to witness its triumph, only the dead. Its legacy lingers not in blueprints or surviving technology, but in stories whispered across the galaxy. Soldiers speak of it in war camps as the ultimate reminder that some victories cost too much. Jedi Masters invoke it as a warning about the dangers of wielding power without restraint or wisdom. And among those few who have walked the shattered surface of Malachor 5, there remains a deep, unspoken understanding. This was a wound that never truly healed. Some superweapons are remembered for their destruction, others for their symbolism. But the mass shadow generator is remembered for something far colder. It was the day gravity itself became a weapon, and the day even victory felt indistinguishable from defeat. And perhaps, somewhere out there, in the darker corners of forgotten archives, some curious engineer might one day ask the forbidden question: what if we could build it again? If that day ever comes, let's hope someone nearby remembers Malachor and politely suggests they find a different hobby, preferably one that doesn't involve planetary annihilation. Darth Nihilus. There are weapons made of metal. There are weapons made of fire, of light, of engineering brilliance and impossible scale. And then there is Darth Nihilus, a man who was no longer a man, a Sith Lord who became hunger incarnate. He didn't carry a weapon, he was the weapon. Darth Nihilus did not destroy cities with a blast. He didn't command a planet-killing cannon. He simply arrived, and entire worlds, populations, oceans, forests, history, vanished into silence. Not scorched, not bombed, consumed. His story begins in the ashes of war on Malachor 5, during the final days of the Mandalorian Wars. He was a soldier then, unnamed, unknown. Just one of many caught in the storm of the mass shadow generator, a weapon so powerful it collapsed gravity itself. Nihilus survived the blast, but not unchanged. In the silence that followed, something inside him broke, or perhaps something awoke. What was left of him was not a person, but a void, a wound in the Force, a black hole wearing a mask. His body began to decay. His voice became a whisper of pain, and his hunger only grew. He craved the Force the way a dying star craves mass. The presence of other beings, especially those attuned to the Force, became unbearable. He didn't want to dominate them. He didn't want to reason with them. He needed to consume them, to devour their life essence, their connection to the Force, their very being. And when he did, they were gone, as if they had never existed at all. He discovered, to his horror and fascination, that his appetite had no ceiling. Entire planets fed him briefly. Populated worlds, rich in culture, history, language, were devoured in moments, not through technology, but through the sheer gravitational pull of his hunger. Qatar, a Miraluka world, was among the first. He arrived. He fed. The surface went quiet. Not one soul remained. In the chronicles of Sith history, many names echo with power, but none with the same emptiness as Nihilus. He spoke in a language no longer comprehensible, a spectral tongue so corrupted by the dark side that even droids could feel it. His speech wasn't heard, it was felt, like a sickness, and for those who served him, even loyalty came at a cost. His apprentice, Visas Ma, was one of the few survivors of his consumption. He spared her, why no one knows. Perhaps he saw a reflection of his former self, or perhaps for a moment he wanted to see what would happen if someone stared into the abyss and didn't flinch. Nihilus was not content to drift alone. He took command of a massive warship, the Ravager, a broken hulk of a cruiser held together by the Force alone. It had no business flying. It defied gravity, physics, and common sense. Much like its master, the ship became an extension of his will, gliding through the galaxy like a carrion bird, circling dying stars. Alongside Darth Sion and Darth Trier, Nihilus formed a shadowy trinity of Sith Lords known as the Triumvirate. They did not build temples or governments, they sought only to extinguish. The Jedi Order, still fragile after the war, became their target. And with every Jedi that vanished, Nihilus grew stronger, until even his allies feared him. Fearful not just of betrayal, but of being devoured in the very moment he stopped finding them useful. But even hunger has its limits. Nihilus's need to feed became a flaw. He could not control it. His body was long gone, held together by robes, willpower, and the dark side alone. His existence was a paradox. All power, no substance. He believed he was untouchable, eternal. But as with all things built on pain, his fall was inevitable. His final campaign was against Telos IV. He intended to consume the planet, much as he had done before. But the Jedi exile, one who had survived Malachor just as he had, stood in his way. The confrontation was not just a battle of lightsabers and force powers. It was a battle of philosophies, of wills. The exile, herself a wound in the Force, was immune to his hunger. To him, she was a meal that could not be eaten, a puzzle that could not be broken down. When they faced each other aboard the Ravager, it was less a duel than a reckoning. Nihilus collapsed beneath the weight of his own emptiness, and when his mask fell to the floor, there was no body beneath the robes, just dust, and the faint echo of a scream that had lasted too long. His mask would later be recovered, sealed away, because even in death, the Force remembered his shape, his voice, his hunger. Darth Nihilus left no empires, no monuments, no recorded speeches, only silence, and the memory of what it means when power is pursued without purpose, when the Force is twisted into consumption, when a man tries to fill a wound with the galaxy itself, and finds it still isn't enough. To this day, some whisper that his presence lingers, like gravity after a collapse, that his hunger echoes in the Force, waiting for someone to listen, or worse, someone to understand. So if you ever feel an emptiness you can't explain, a silence that feels heavier than sound, take a moment and remember, some weapons don't need triggers. They just need to be hungry enough. Starkiller Base. In the cold shadow of the unknown regions, buried beneath layers of ice and ancient stone, a planet was hollowed, not conquered, not terraformed, not mined for resources. Hollowed, transformed from the inside out into something no longer natural, something monstrous. This was Starkiller Base. While the galaxy whispered of old terrors, Death Stars and Star Forges, dark temples and sun-crushing cruisers, the First Order dreamed of something even more terrifying. A weapon not only of destruction, but of demonstration. A way to kill not just a world, but the idea of resistance. Starkiller Base wasn't built. It was grown out of Ilum, a sacred world once home to Jedi initiates. Long before it became a weapon, Ilum's frozen caverns housed kyber crystals, the very heart of every lightsaber ever ignited by a Padawan's trembling hands. The Force echoed through its caves like a lullaby. But the First Order did not sing. They dug, and then they drained. The core of Starkiller Base was a star-harvesting engine, built to do what no weapon had done before: consume the energy of entire suns. One by one, stars were extinguished, their light pulled into the belly of a planet, and when it had swallowed enough, it fired. Not a beam, not a missile, but a ribbon of destruction arcing across the void, faster than light. It didn't just hit its target, it annihilated it before anyone could finish saying, "What is that?" The first test of this weapon was not on a lone rebel cell, or a moon on the edge of nowhere. It was on Hosnian Prime, the capital of the New Republic, the heart of galactic democracy. Starkiller's beam split into 5 and, in a moment, consumed the entire system. 5 worlds, their skies boiling, oceans vaporized, voices silenced, billions gone, entire histories turned to static. And all of it, seen in the sky, by those standing on distant resistance worlds. The First Order didn't just destroy, it sent a message. You are not safe. You never were. Unlike the Death Stars, Starkiller Base wasn't mobile. It didn't move through the galaxy like some vengeful moon. Instead, it reached, using the force-enhanced power of its drained stars to twist space-time itself. Its beam could bend through hyperspace, strike systems light years away, and collapse the heart of civilization in one breathless instant. No launch bay, no invasion fleet, just annihilation on demand. Technically speaking, Starkiller Base operated by channeling stellar energy into dark energy containment fields, then accelerating and projecting that force through hyperspace tunneling. A theoretical absurdity made real by kyber crystal amplification. In short, it turned physics into a polite suggestion and then ignored it. And yet, for all its technological wonders, Starkiller Base was deeply unstable. The very act of harvesting a star began a countdown. With each drain, its core swelled with entropy. Each time it fired, the planet itself weakened. A terrifying irony. The more powerful it became, the closer it drifted to self-destruction. The First Order had built the galaxy's most ambitious gun, but they'd loaded it with a ticking clock. Its surface, cold, forested, lifeless in patches, was dotted with trenches and towers, arrays and barracks, a military complex encased in planetary skin. But beneath that was the truth. The world's veins ran with fire, with weaponized sunlight. At its heart, deep underground, a containment core pulsed with the fury of a stolen star. For the Resistance, Starkiller Base was the nightmare they had always feared, but never believed real. Destroying it wasn't a matter of strategy, it was desperation. And like most desperate plans, it came down to a small team: a rogue stormtrooper, a scavenger, and a borrowed jacket. While ground forces created chaos, a daring assault led by Poe Dameron's starfighter squadron struck the weapon's surface. Their target was the thermal oscillator, an exhaust point in the planet's complex energy regulation network. Hit it just right, and you didn't just disable the weapon, you cracked the shell. You freed the sun burning inside. And that's exactly what happened. Starkiller Base, in its final moments, was not destroyed by a rival superweapon, not by overwhelming fleets. but by the very star it had consumed. A sun reborn inside a planet's heart. The planet fractured, the sky ignited. And Ilum, once a sacred world, was torn apart in a cataclysm of poetic fury. For all its scale, all its terror, Starkiller Base was just another chapter in the long story of hubris. A monument to fear, built atop bones both literal and spiritual. It echoed the same fatal flaw as every other superweapon before it. The belief that terror is a permanent solution, but terror decays. Empires fall, even stars burn out. What makes Starkiller Base different is what it took to build it. The desecration of Ilum, the weaponization of faith, the harnessing of the Force's brightest crystals to power its darkest machine. It wasn't just an act of war, it was a spiritual theft. And so, when it died, something in the galaxy exhaled. There are still whispers that remnants of its technology survived, that somewhere in the unknown regions, schematics still circulate among the First Order's remnants, or that its collapse seeded rifts in the Force, like stress fractures in the galaxy's soul. But whatever truths linger in those shadows, one thing remains certain. Starkiller Base was the galaxy's most beautiful contradiction. Cold as ice, burning with stolen light, and destined, like all superweapons, to fall, because in the end, even the stars can't save you. When the world you stand on becomes the gun. System Class Star Destroyer. There was a time when just one superweapon was enough to bring the galaxy to its knees. A single moon-sized Death Star casting its shadow across the stars. But the Sith, they never settled for enough. In the final days of galactic peace, if peace is what it ever was, a forgotten fleet emerged from legend. Not just one weapon, not two, but thousands. Hidden beneath the ice of the planet Exegol, in a storm-racked corner of the unknown regions, the Sith Eternal constructed a navy unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. The Ziston-class Star Destroyers. Imagine, if you will, a fleet of ships modelled after the iconic Imperial Wedge, only larger, meaner, and carrying a weapon once reserved for the most expensive space station in history. Each Ziston destroyer came equipped with a planet-destroying axial superlaser. In essence, the Sith had taken the Death Star and put it on wheels. Lots of wheels. But this was not just a feat of engineering. It was dogma made metal, a religious resurrection of power. The Sith Eternal weren't trying to build a navy. They were building a message. From the icy surface of Exegol, buried shipyards constructed vessel after vessel, crewed not by volunteers or conscripts, but by legions of cultists, loyalists, and cloned technicians bred for obedience. Thousands of Ziston-class destroyers rose from the depths, row upon row, hulls slick with frost and hatred. Their super lasers glowing like dormant eyes, waiting only for a command to open. The First Order believed itself to be the future, but the Final Order, Palpatine's Final Order, was something else entirely. A return to form, a reassertion of the Sith's ancient will. It wasn't enough to rule the galaxy, it had to be remade in fire. Technologically, the Ziston class was impressive. Larger than a standard Imperial Star Destroyer, these warships bristled with heavy turbo lasers, ion cannons, shield generators, and hyperdrive engines powerful enough to project the fleet wherever it pleased. But at its core, each ship's real purpose was singular: deliver one shot and erase a world. The axial superlaser, modelled after Death Star tech, could focus enough energy to crack a planet's surface, vaporize cities, and trigger tectonic collapse. Unlike the Death Star's massive infrastructure, the Ziston's weapon was compact, efficient by Sith standards. Its laser could be calibrated for full planetary destruction or more. Surgical statements. Kijimi learned this the hard way. In a display of power, one Zistan destroyer emerged from Exegol and incinerated the planet from orbit. No battle, no warning, just light, followed by absence. The purpose wasn't just military, it was psychological. Let the galaxy see what was coming. Let them feel it creeping. The fact that such devastation came from a single ship raised a terrifying question. What could 10 of them do? 100? 1,000? For Palpatine, the logic was simple. With Death Stars, the flaw had always been centralization. One station, one weak point, one act of rebellion away from failure. But a fleet of destroyers, that was redundancy. That was security. There could be no trench run, no stolen plans, no heroic shot to stop this. No small band of rebels could undo 1,000 weapons spread across the stars. At least, that was the idea. The Zistan fleet was designed to be deployed in waves. Each ship would take its position above a designated system, awaiting a synchronized command from Exegol. It was the galaxy's worst nightmare, a simultaneous, multi-system purge. Dozens of New Republic successor worlds, resistance strongholds, and neutral territories wiped out in coordinated silence. And yet, it never came to pass. The flaw wasn't in the ships. It wasn't in their weapons, or their shields, or their sheer terror-inducing design. It was, once again, in hubris. Palpatine had returned, but not fully. A decaying clone shell housing a soul too ancient and too vengeful to control even his own creation. The fleet sat idle, dependent on a central tower for coordination. Without it, the ships couldn't navigate, couldn't escape Exegol's storms, a choke point, a fatal one. When the Resistance found Exegol, led by Rey and the scattered remnants of Hope, the Final Order had minutes to react. A single uprising, a crack in the sky above Exegol, and the Sith fleet was thrown into chaos. The navigation tower was destroyed. The fleet was grounded, and then it burned. Resistance bombers, starfighters, and a spontaneous civilian fleet from across the galaxy descended in a furious swarm. Without coordination, the Zistan-class destroyers became what all superweapons eventually become, targets. Their firepower was unmatched, but their mobility failed them. One by one, the mighty ships fell, consumed in the very storm that had once hidden them. The Final Order collapsed before it could fire its second shot. And yet, the legacy of the Zistan-class star destroyers lingers, quietly, like a bad dream. The idea that a ship can carry the power of a Death Star, that such destruction can be mass-produced, it lingers in the darker corners of military thought. Somewhere, someone is always sketching blueprints in the dark. What the Zistan fleet proved was not just the capacity for destruction, but the ease of it once certain lines have been crossed, when superweapons become scalable, when mass extinction becomes a logistical problem, not a moral one. Ilum became Starkiller. Death Stars became Star Destroyers. What comes next? The Sith may be gone, again, but their lesson remains. If you build enough guns, you no longer need an army. If every ship is a superweapon, then fear becomes infinite, and infinite fear is a kind of silence. Suncrusher. If the Death Star was the Empire's grand declaration of power, massive, slow, and impossible to ignore, then the Suncrusher was the opposite. Small, silent, and utterly terrifying. It didn't look like much. Roughly the size of a starfighter, sleek and oddly unassuming. But behind its modest exterior was the power to destroy entire solar systems with a single shot. Not planets, stars. The Suncrusher was the brainchild of Imperial research during the Empire's most secretive years, built in the bowels of the Maw installation, a hidden black site nestled near a cluster of unstable black holes. It was the pet project of scientists like Quishu, brilliant minds who operated far from prying eyes and even farther from moral restraint. The design itself was a marvel. Constructed using quantum crystalline armor, the Sun Crusher was, by all known standards, indestructible. It could pass through fleets, shrug off turbo laser barrages, and survive direct collisions that would annihilate even the most hardened warships. One test even showed it plowing through the bridge of an Imperial Star Destroyer and continuing on, untouched. The laws of physics, apparently, were more like polite suggestions, but its armor wasn't what made the Sun Crusher infamous. That honor belonged to its payload, a series of resonance torpedoes designed to burrow into the core of a star. Once embedded, these torpedoes would trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, causing the star to go supernova and take everything in the system with it. Planets, moons, space stations, civilizations, gone. Not in minutes, not in hours, instantly. Unlike the Death Star, which had to be aimed at a single world and required time to charge its superlaser, the Sun Crusher could eliminate everything with a single launch. One ship, one torpedo, one extinguished star. The strategy was brutally efficient. There was no need to occupy a system or deploy a fleet. You didn't have to conquer your enemies if you could simply erase the sun that gave them life. And in true Imperial fashion, it wasn't even widely known. The Emperor had kept it secret from most of his command structure. Another ace up his sleeve, a weapon of last resort, or perhaps just his idea of a final joke. When the Empire fell, the Sun Crusher didn't. It remained hidden in the Maw until fate, or the Force, brought it into the hands of a Jedi student named Kip Durran. Still grieving, still angry, and possessed of more raw power than discipline, Kip became the perfect cautionary tale. With the Sun Crusher under his command, he set out on a personal warpath against what remained of the Empire. To him, it was simple. Why fight battles when you could remove entire systems? He fired upon the corridor system, the heart of the old Imperial Academy. And with that single act, he detonated its sun, wiping out the system and his own brother, unknowingly stationed there. It was the kind of loss you can never undo, and the kind of power no one should ever hold. Eventually, Kip was stopped, not through force, but through understanding, through intervention by his peers, and the wisdom of Master Luke Skywalker, who saw the darkness not just in the weapon, but in the grief behind the hand that held it. Afterward, the Sun Crusher was deemed too dangerous to exist. No one could destroy it, not with lasers, not with proton torpedoes, not even with a starship ramming at full speed. So they chose the only prison that might hold it, a black hole. The Sun Crusher was piloted into the heart of the Maw itself, where it was finally swallowed, presumably forever. But even then, there's no guarantee. After all, quantum crystalline armor doesn't much care for gravitational norms. If it ever emerged again, the galaxy might not get a second chance to stop it. As a piece of technology, the Sun Crusher represents an unsettling truth. That destruction doesn't always have to be grand to be total. It doesn't have to come with the sound of marching armies or the blare of super lasers. Sometimes it's silent, surgical, distant, a torpedo, disappearing into a star, and then just light. It also marked a shift in philosophy. While the Death Star ruled through spectacle and the Galaxy Gun through fear, the Sun Crusher represented a kind of nihilism, a belief that no structure, no society, no sun was sacred, that the Empire didn't need to rule the galaxy, just remind it that nowhere was safe, and perhaps that's what makes it the most haunting of all. The Death Star could be destroyed. The Galaxy Gun could misfire. But the Sun Crusher, it could be hidden in a hangar bay, slipped into a cargo hold, piloted by a lone figure with nothing left to lose. Sometimes, the greatest terror isn't in what a weapon looks like. It's in how quietly it erases everything. Dark Reaper. Long before the Death Star or the Galaxy Gun etched their names into galactic fear, there was a different kind of superweapon, one less concerned with spectacle and more with suffering. It didn't explode planets, it didn't shatter stars, it simply reached out and drained the living force from everything it touched. They called it the Dark Reaper. Born in the crucible of the Great Hyperspace War, the Dark Reaper was a Sith creation through and through. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a ritual made manifest. An enormous war engine powered by ancient Force knowledge, twisted into something unrecognizable. Its purpose was as brutal as it was efficient, to feed on life itself, extracting raw energy from living beings and using that stolen vitality to fuel its next wave of destruction. To understand the Dark Reaper, you first have to understand the knowledge behind it, the Force Harvester. This precursor device was uncovered by the ancient Sith on the planet Thule, buried beneath the crust like a fossilized warning. The Force Harvester had one function: to rip the Force out of life forms en masse, draining entire ecosystems in moments. Forests would wither, cities would fall silent, and every living thing caught in its radius, whether Jedi, civilian, or creature, would simply cease. Their energy consumed, their essence devoured. The Sith took this dreadful core and used it to power something far larger. The result was the Dark Reaper, a hulking mobile fortress that acted like a walking death shroud. Imagine a towering war machine, part siege engine, part shrine, moving across the battlefield as life itself recoiled before it. The closer it came, the weaker you felt. And then, nothing. It wasn't just biological energy the Reaper fed on. It was the Force itself. And that made it especially lethal to Jedi, who found their powers fading into silence as the Reaper approached, their connection severed at the source. For an order that relied on feeling the currents of the Force like a second heartbeat, the Dark Reaper was more than a threat. It was an existential horror. During the Clone Wars, this long-forgotten weapon was unearthed once again by Count Dooku and the Confederacy of Independent Systems. With the Jedi distracted and the Republic stretched thin, Dooku saw an opportunity not just to win the war, but to end it. He reactivated the Force Harvester and began searching for the pieces of the Dark Reaper itself, scattered across ancient battlefields and tomb worlds, like the debris of a bad idea someone wisely tried to forget. One of those pieces was the original knowledge, the teachings of Ulic Qel-Droma, a Jedi Knight who had fallen to the dark side during the Great Sith War and had once used the Dark Reaper himself. His ghost, lingering through ancient holocrons, served as both guide and warning. He knew what the Reaper could do and what it would take to stop it. The Republic, alarmed by whispers of this ancient terror reawakening, dispatched Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker to investigate. His mission was simple: find the Reaper and destroy it, preferably before Dooku got the chance to fully activate it. What followed was a grim race through lost knowledge and buried Sith relics, with Anakin walking a dangerous line between power and corruption. To defeat the Dark Reaper, he first had to understand it, and that meant entering the Thule Citadel, the heart of the weapon's resurrection. There, Anakin faced the resurrected Harvester, its tendrils already spreading, draining life in all directions. The final confrontation came as the Reaper neared completion, its systems coming online, the Force around it beginning to scream. Anakin did stop it, but the cost was not insignificant. To even stand a chance, he had to expose himself to forbidden Force knowledge, Sith techniques buried for millennia. The encounter left a mark, a foreshadowing perhaps of the darkness still coiled inside him, waiting. As Ulic Qel-Droma once warned, the Dark Reaper did more than destroy its enemies. It corrupted those who used it. And so the Reaper was lost again, shattered on the battlefield, its components scattered, its blueprints erased. But if history has taught us anything in the galaxy, It's that nothing ever stays buried forever. What makes the Dark Reaper so chilling isn't its firepower or scale. It's the method. It doesn't obliterate cities in an instant, nor does it rain fire from orbit. It just takes, slowly, relentlessly. Like watching a candle burn from both ends, you don't notice the damage until it's too late. It also represents a unique philosophy in Sith superweapons, where other creations focus on external destruction, craters, firestorms, shattered moons. The Dark Reaper is inward-facing. It feeds not on matter, but on spirit, on essence. It wins not by conquest, but by erasure of connection. For Jedi, it was particularly cruel, because the Reaper didn't just end life. It severed purpose. It reached into the Force and broke the very relationship between the living and the energy that bound them. That kind of silence, the void where the Force used to be, isn't just death. It's oblivion, which is why even today, its name carries a strange weight. Not as famous as the Death Star, not as cinematic, but far more intimate in its terror. The Death Star destroys planets. The Dark Reaper destroys meaning, and sometimes that's far harder to rebuild. Darksaber. In a galaxy obsessed with bigger guns and louder explosions, the Darksaber was the ultimate shortcut. Strip away the planet-destroying bulk of the Death Star, keep the super laser, and call it innovation. That, in essence, was the idea behind the Empire's least subtle budget project, an attempt to shrink fear into something fast, simple, and devastating. But as the galaxy has learned time and time again, cutting corners on a superweapon rarely ends well. The Darksaber was commissioned not by the Empire itself, but by Durga the Hutt, a crime lord with more ambition than engineering experience. Inspired by the Death Star's legacy of terror, Durga wanted his own symbol of power, one that could rival the legends of old. He hired Bevel Lemelisk, the very engineer responsible for the original Death Star, to make the dream a reality. Lemelisk, having already lived through the embarrassment of one Death Star exploding and then the next, was understandably hesitant. But credits speak louder than caution, and work began. Unlike the Death Star, a carefully constructed battle station with complex layers of weaponry, defense systems, and an internal ecosystem, the Darksaber was little more than a cylinder, a massive, elongated tube housing one very dangerous idea, a functional super laser without the rest of the baggage. From a distance, it looked like a giant lightsaber hilt drifting through space, sleek, imposing, and completely impractical. There were no fighter bays, no defensive turrets, no structural reinforcement, just a power source, a firing mechanism, and a whole lot of optimism. And unlike its namesake, the ancient Mandalorian blade forged by Tara Vizsla, this Darksaber didn't need finesse. Just aim, charge, and fire. In theory, the weapon could fire a beam powerful enough to shatter planetary crusts. In practice, it barely worked. The Darksaber's first and only operational voyage was a tragic comedy of errors. During its approach to the Hoth system, where it was supposed to demonstrate its might by firing at an uninhabited planet, the entire project fell apart. The navigation systems malfunctioned, the targeting software failed to lock, the main beam wouldn't charge. And before anyone could fix the growing list of disasters, a new Republic strike team, led by General Medine, arrived to investigate. They didn't even need to destroy the Darksaber themselves. In a final twist of cosmic irony, the ship collided with an asteroid belt while attempting to retreat. The superweapon was obliterated, not in a blaze of glory, but in a dull, unspectacular crash. Just debris floating in silence. As if the galaxy itself had decided this particular mistake didn't warrant a dramatic ending. If the Death Star was a monument to imperial overreach, the Darksaber was a monument to underplanning. It was the product of haste, hubris, and the deeply flawed belief that power can be compressed without consequence. where the Death Star inspired dread through its sheer presence. The Darksaber ended up as a punchline whispered across cantinas and war rooms alike. But its story isn't without value. In a way, the Darksaber represents the dark mirror of ambition. A reminder that some ideas are dangerous, not because they succeed, but because people try them in the first place. The allure of raw power, stripped of context or wisdom, is a recurring theme in galactic history. And few examples capture that more clearly than a crime lord building a giant space laser in the shape of a lightsaber and calling it a day. Technically, the super laser concept itself wasn't flawed. In fact, the core components were based directly on the Death Star's original design. The problem came from everything around it, or rather, the lack of everything around it. No armor, no shielding, no proper energy distribution network. The moment something went wrong, the whole structure had nowhere to compensate. It was like building a high-powered blaster and forgetting to include a grip. Still, the Darksaber earned a place, however awkward, in the catalogue of galactic superweapons, not because it succeeded, but because it reminded everyone just how easily power can be mishandled. It also raised a rather uncomfortable question. If someone like Durga the Hutt could almost build a working planet killer with the right blueprints and enough money, who else might try? In quieter moments, that thought lingers more than any super laser beam ever could. Even the name Darksaber was a kind of illusion. It invoked ancient Mandalorian heritage, wrapping itself in legends it didn't earn. The original Darksaber, the one forged by Tara Vizsla and passed down through Mandalorian clans, was a symbol of leadership, identity, and struggle. This weapon, it had no soul, just a stolen name, some recycled schematics, and the ambition of a Hutt who wanted to matter. That disconnect, the gap between what something pretends to be and what it really is perhaps the most fitting legacy the Darksaber could leave behind. In the end, the galaxy didn't fear the Darksaber. It forgot it, and maybe that's the greatest mercy of all. Hammer Station. Before there was the Death Star, before the galaxy quivered under the shadow of world killers, there was Hammer Station, an ancient relic from the early days of the Republic. It didn't fire super lasers or consume suns. It didn't even make headlines in most galactic records. But make no mistake, this was a superweapon born not of Sith alchemy or Imperial tyranny, but of bureaucratic paranoia, and the result was no less devastating. Hammer Station was developed during the Great Galactic War, a time when the galaxy was split between the Republic and the resurgent Sith Empire. Tensions were high, and so were ambitions. Somewhere, someone in the Republic's upper command asked a dangerous question. What if we didn't need armies to conquer planets? What if we could just rip them apart? The answer came in the form of a massive orbital platform armed with a graviton beam cannon, a kinetic weapon capable of pulling asteroids from nearby fields and hurling them at planets. Not precisely elegant, but if elegance wasn't required, Hammer Station delivered raw, planetary-scale destruction with brutal efficiency. Unlike many later superweapons, Hammer Station wasn't shaped like a terrifying sphere or an evil dagger. It resembled an industrial platform, clunky, asymmetrical, functional. It looked less like a harbinger of doom and more like a mining rig that took its job a little too seriously. But it worked. The graviton cannon could hurl city-sized rocks from a high orbit with pinpoint accuracy, effectively weaponizing the surrounding space itself. Its first test was, unsurprisingly, catastrophic. In a demonstration of its capabilities, Hammer Station pulled a massive asteroid into orbit, accelerated it, and let gravity do the rest. The target was a desolate world. Uninhabited, they said. But after the impact, no one bothered to check again. The result was a surface-scorching event that cracked the planet's crust and sent a very clear message to the Sith. The Republic wasn't bluffing. Inside the station, the mood was less victorious. The gravitational systems that made the cannon work also put tremendous strain on the platform's structural integrity. Every time it fired, Hammer Station risked tearing itself apart. Stabilizers overheated, deck plating warped, alarms blared. You could almost hear the engineers screaming into their datapads. There's a reason this design didn't catch on. Eventually, the Republic shelved the project. It was too expensive, too unstable, and too politically awkward. Hammer Station was officially decommissioned, marked for dismantling and forgotten amid the shifting tides of war. And that's when the Sith got interested. Centuries later, long after most believed the weapon to be lost, Hammer Station re-emerged, rebuilt, recommissioned, and somehow operational once again. Whether it was salvaged by warlords, rogue factions, or forgotten Republic remnants, no one can say for certain. But it had found new hands, and its cannon still worked. The graviton weapon, crude though it was, had aged surprisingly well. It required no ammunition in the traditional sense, just a nearby asteroid belt, and enough power to bend gravity to its will. And in the wrong hands, even a superweapon this old could still wipe out entire continents. The Sith Empire, of course, saw opportunity. The Republic saw disaster. And once again, the two sides clashed over control of a weapon that probably should have been scrapped the moment it was conceived. What's most remarkable about Hammer Station isn't its destructive yield, but its philosophy. Unlike later superweapons designed to inspire terror through spectacle, Hammer Station was born out of cold, utilitarian logic. It was efficient, brutal, emotionless. It didn't care about planetary shields or evacuation routes. It just hurled rock and gravity at you until the surface broke. Its creators likely saw it as a defensive measure, a deterrent, a final option to prevent total defeat. But as history shows time and again, the moment you build something that can destroy a world, someone will eventually try to use it. Structurally, the station was heavily armored, with reinforced bulkheads and redundant shield systems. The central cannon chamber was lined with magnetic stabilizers and gravity regulators, all designed to keep the asteroid's acceleration vector clean and precise. And while it lacked the sheer elegance of later weapons like the Galaxy Gun or Sun Crusher, it had one thing they didn't: simplicity. No hyperdrive-capable warheads, no energy beams requiring planetary power grids, just an asteroid, a graviton cannon, and the willingness to let gravity finish the job. It's the kind of weapon that makes you rethink how dangerous low tech can really be. In the end, Hammer Station was destroyed, again, during a joint Republic and Jedi operation. The final assault saw its reactor overloaded and its graviton systems sabotaged from within. As the station cracked and burned in orbit, its pieces rained down in a silent final meteor shower across the nearby moon. A fitting end for a weapon that had spent its life throwing rocks. But even now, the echoes of Hammer Station linger. Its schematics were never fully erased. Rumors of hidden blueprints, secret rebuilding projects, and weaponized asteroid tech still circulate in the darker corners of the galaxy. It remains a cautionary tale, proof that even the most outdated weapon, if left unchecked, can still change the course of history. And perhaps most telling of all, it serves as a quiet reminder that sometimes you don't need a super laser to destroy a world. Sometimes gravity is enough. Desolator. In the long, dark history of Sith superweapons, few were as aptly named as the Desolator, a weapon built not to conquer or even to terrify, but to erase. Where others vaporized cities or cracked planets, the Desolator simply removed life. Quietly, efficiently, completely. It was a weapon of absence, of silence, where once there had been thriving worlds. The Desolator emerged during the Cold War period between the Sith Empire and the Galactic Republic, an era already soaked in fear and brinksmanship. In this fragile balance, the Empire sought a weapon that could deliver swift, irreversible devastation without the planetary fireworks of a Death Star. or the raw spectacle of a Starkiller Base. And so came Darth Mekis, Sith scientist, visionary, and architect of annihilation. She devised a weapon not of brute force, but of refined precision. The Desolator was an enormous orbital cannon platform designed to target a planet's very biosphere. Instead of smashing crust or boiling oceans, it stripped the electromagnetic layer, disrupted atmospheric molecules, and disrupted the complex biological processes that sustained life. In essence, it turned lush green worlds into dry, sterile husks. Technologically speaking, the Desolator was a fusion of Sith alchemy and advanced energy physics. At its heart was a massive energy beam array, tuned not to explode matter, but to unravel it. When fired at a planet, the weapon induced a wave of molecular decay across biological material, while simultaneously disrupting planetary magnetic fields and protective atmospheric layers. It didn't need to destroy buildings. It destroyed everything those buildings were meant to protect. The Desolator was first deployed in secret. Its earliest victims weren't major worlds, but fringe colonies, quiet places, easily erased without too many questions asked. Where once there had been forests, wildlife, and oceans, there were now only grey plains and dust. Communication went dark, settlements disappeared, and when investigators finally arrived, they found ruins coated in sterile sand. The cause was unclear. The message, however, was not. But its first public appearance, its debut, if such a word applies to a horror, came at the Battle of Malgus's dagger. The Sith, led by Darth Mekis, turned the weapon toward a mid-rim Republic world named Afraides. It was fertile, peaceful, unsuspecting. One blast later, it was lifeless. The surface was burned to ash, but without fire. The air turned thin, metallic. Every trace of vegetation had withered into brittle strands. The oceans were gone. The survivors, few as they were, stumbled across dry seabeds and into broken cities that still stood, but now held nothing living within. The Republic was horrified. This wasn't just war. It was scorched earth strategy on a planetary scale. And yet, the Desolator was not indestructible. Intelligence from Republic agents soon revealed its mobile nature, how the Sith could reconfigure its power core and relocate it to different sectors. It wasn't a single station, but a prototype built to test feasibility. Even Darth Mekis hadn't yet perfected the power systems necessary for continuous fire. Each shot required hours to recharge, and the weapon strained under its own energy demands. Still, one shot was all it ever needed. It was Jedi Master Tol Braga who led the final mission against it. Alongside a strike team of Republic operatives and Force-sensitive saboteurs, they infiltrated the Desolator's control station. The plan was simple: disrupt the firing cycle mid-charge and trigger a feedback loop in its beam capacitors. The actual execution was, as usual, far less simple, but in the end, the plan worked. The Desolator's beam overloaded, rupturing its internal systems and causing a spectacular implosion in low orbit. Darth Mekis vanished in the aftermath, presumed dead, though whispers claimed she escaped into the deep core. As for the weapon, its remains drifted in orbit for years, a silent monument to a moment when life itself was targeted as the enemy. The Desolator was unique in the annals of galactic warfare. It didn't shout, it whispered. It was a tool of finality, a way to make a planet uninhabitable without even cracking its crust. A weapon that left buildings standing, but erased everything else that made a world worth having. In some ways, that was more terrifying than outright obliteration. A Death Star could destroy a planet, but the Desolator made you watch as yours slowly died. From a tactical standpoint, it was ruthlessly efficient. It could depopulate worlds without damaging infrastructure, allowing occupying forces to move in afterward and repurpose the ruins. The Sith had no intention of rebuilding what they destroyed, but they did appreciate the silence. In hindsight, Perhaps the most chilling thing about the Desolator was how plausible it felt. No magical crystals, no dark side rituals, just energy, science, and an unnervingly logical use of power. It was warfare by subtraction. Take away atmosphere, take away biosphere, and leave only the echo of what used to be. In the years that followed, there were efforts to replicate the weapon, smaller scale versions, focused beam arrays, even biological alternatives. None reached the efficiency of the original, and though the weapon was destroyed, its blueprint was never entirely lost. The Sith learned, and others watched. The lesson of the Desolator remains a quiet one in galactic memory, less known than the Death Star, less dramatic than Starkiller. But to those who study history, and to those who remember Euphrates, it remains one of the most chilling inventions in the galaxy's long and terrible catalogue of superweapons. Because sometimes, true terror doesn't come from fire and light. Sometimes, it comes from silence. Trigon 1. Long before the sleek menace of Starkiller Base, or the apocalyptic firepower of the Death Star, there was a weapon that promised to end wars before they began, by striking first, fast, and without mercy. Its name was Trigon 1, and like many things from the forgotten corners of the galaxy, it was born from ambition, betrayal, and the cold pragmatism of war-hardened warriors. The Trigon 1 was a Mandalorian creation, though not forged by the warriors themselves, but by one of their own gone rogue. During the Clone Wars, amidst the shifting sands of alliances and power, a Mandalorian named Lord Gar Saxon took part in developing a satellite-based weapon capable of devastating planetary surfaces from orbit. Unlike the brute force super lasers of the Empire or the mystical horrors of the Sith, Trigon 1 operated with tactical elegance. It wasn't designed to destroy entire planets, but to control them. The platform functioned as a planetary assault satellite, equipped with beam emitters capable of obliterating military installations, starports, cities, or any other strategic target. Precision was the key. A shot from Trigon 1 didn't just level buildings, it destabilized entire regions. One blast could wipe out a government, a second could cripple its ability to retaliate. And like many Mandalorian designs, the Trigon 1 was efficient, modular, and terrifyingly effective. It orbited in silence, cloaked by sensor jamming fields, moving from system to system as needed. Unlike the Death Star, which demanded to be seen, Trigon 1 was a ghost in the sky. Its targeting systems were advanced, and in some cases semi-autonomous, capable of prioritizing high-value targets based on heat signatures, transmission patterns, or even political leadership markers. The Empire would later refine similar systems in their own tactical targeting platforms, but the Mandalorians had pioneered the concept. What made Trigon 1 particularly dangerous, however, was that it lacked the pomp and pageantry of the Empire's superweapons. There was no ceremony, no warning speeches, no countdown, just a beam from the heavens and silence where once a city stood. This understated lethality made it particularly useful to warlords and insurgents seeking to destabilize regions without attracting the attention of galactic powers. In many ways, it was the assassin's blade to the Death Star's broadsword. But Trigon 1's story didn't remain hidden forever. Eventually, word of its existence reached the ears of bounty hunters and political factions, drawing the interest of a young Boba Fett and his allies. In one of the many half-forgotten struggles in the post-Clone Wars chaos, Trigon 1 became the center of a violent power play, with multiple parties vying for control of its systems. In the end, it was not a fleet or Jedi intervention that ended its reign. It was sabotage. The satellite's control system was corrupted during a confrontation aboard the platform itself. A final energy overload triggered a chain reaction that consumed the entire structure in a muted explosion above the planet Galidran 3, showering its remains across the upper atmosphere. Trigon 1's threat ended not with a final shot, but with a quiet malfunction. a fitting end for a weapon that had always operated in the shadows. Despite its destruction, the weapon left an impression on military designers throughout the galaxy. The concept of satellite-based precision firepower would be revisited again and again, most notably by the Imperial and First Order regimes, who sought similar tools of silent coercion. But none quite matched the compact lethality and quiet terror of the original Mandalorian satellite. What sets Trigon 1 apart in the long lineage of superweapons is that it never needed to dominate the headlines. It didn't destroy planets. It didn't drain stars. It simply punished the guilty, or whoever the operator decided was guilty, with surgical efficiency. It turned the sky into a threat, and it reminded planetary governments that sovereignty could be vaporized from orbit. In the end, Trigon 1 was a reflection of its creators, practical, brutal, and unburdened by moral ambiguity. It wasn't meant to inspire fear through spectacle. It was designed to make enemies vanish before they had time to react. A superweapon not of apocalypse, but of precision. And while it never reached the scale or notoriety of its galactic cousins, its legacy lingers quietly in the back rooms of military councils, in prototype orbital weapons, and in the nightmares of those who once thought the sky was safe. Sometimes the most terrifying weapons are the ones that don't make a sound. Tarkin, in the Empire's long pursuit of control through fear, some weapons were designed to obliterate planets, others to annihilate fleets. But there was one that sought to combine firepower with mobility, a command center that was the weapon. Its name was simple: Tarkin, a title, a tribute, and perhaps a grim punchline to the Empire's obsession with legacy. The Tarkin was a mobile battle station, a prototype fortress nearly the size of a small moon, built in the final years of the Galactic Civil War. Not as large as the Death Star, but dense with destructive potential, it was envisioned as a next-generation command hub, one that could be deployed to critical systems, not just to dominate from orbit, but to command entire fleets, enforce planetary compliance, and, when necessary, vaporize opposition. The concept was born out of desperation and ego. With both Death Stars destroyed and the Emperor gone, remnants of the Empire sought new ways to reassert dominance. Grand Moff Jerjerrod and a cabal of surviving warlords funded the project in secret. But despite the name, Wilhuff Tarkin himself had no hand in the weapon's design. It was a posthumous honor, or perhaps a grim satire, of the man who once declared that rule through the fear of force is preferable to force itself. And make no mistake, the Tarkin was built to enforce that fear. Its main weapon was a scaled-down version of the Death Star's super laser, still powerful enough to crack the crust of a planet or atomize capital ships with a single blast. But its real advantage lay in its hybrid design. Where the Death Star was massive and slow, the Tarkin was engineered for faster deployment. Heavy armor plating, reinforced shield arrays, and modular hangar bays made it more versatile in a battlefield context. It was in essence a fleet carrier, a siege engine, and a mobile execution platform, all wrapped in one polished Durasteel shell. But the Tarkin also carried a darker philosophical weight. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a symbol, a monument to Imperial persistence. The warlords who backed it believed they could restore the fear the Death Star had once inspired. If they couldn't match the spectacle, they would at least replicate the dread. Its interior was a microcosm of Imperial hierarchy. Throne rooms, command decks, interrogation chambers, and staging areas for stormtrooper divisions. Entire wings were devoted to starfighter construction and fleet logistics. It was not just a fortress, it was an administration of war, designed to operate independently for years if needed. But its existence was short-lived. The Tarkin's maiden voyage took it into the heart of a contested system, where Imperial remnants hoped to stamp out a burgeoning rebel uprising. It never made it to the battlefield. Intelligence leaks, sabotage, and internal betrayal all familiar notes in the chaotic symphony of the Empire's collapse, culminated in a premature confrontation. Rebel agents boarded the station, planted explosives, and triggered a chain reaction within the power core. The Tarkin erupted in silence, an implosion rather than an explosion, leaving only a ripple of debris and a lingering sense of irony. For all its ambition, the Tarkin became the third in a line of spectacular failures. A superweapon named after a strategist who underestimated rebellion, destroyed by the very resistance it was meant to crush. Poetic, in a grim sort of way. Still, its memory didn't fade entirely. The Tarkin proved something fundamental about the Empire's mentality, that it would keep building monuments to control until the last torch burned out. Even when its economy was in shambles, even when its grip on the galaxy slipped away, it still found resources to build temples to fear. Today, the Tarkin is barely a footnote, overshadowed by its larger, more infamous predecessors. But in those final years, it represented a dangerous idea, that tyranny, if given just one more tool, could make its return permanent. Thankfully, that idea was shattered in orbit, just like the station itself. And so we come to the end of our journey through the galaxy's most terrifying creations. 17 superweapons, 17 attempts to control, destroy, dominate or reshape the stars. Each born of ambition, each undone by resistance, hubris, or a single well-placed act of defiance. From ancient artifacts to planet-killing behemoths, from forgotten temples to war machines of terrifying brilliance, we've wandered through the shadows of the galaxy's most dangerous creations. Each superweapon left a scar, some on planets, others on history itself. But in the end, power always meets its limit, outmatched not by bigger guns, but by resolve, by rebellion, by hope. And perhaps the most enduring lesson they leave behind is not about power, but about the limits of it. For all the scale, all the sound and fury, the galaxy always finds a way to push back. Sometimes with fleets, sometimes with hope, and sometimes with one stubborn droid and a datapad full of codes. Thank you for drifting through this dark side of Star Wars lore with me. Thank you for drifting through this dark side of Star Wars lore with me. If you found peace in the silence between these horrors, consider subscribing and sharing your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to know which of these stories haunted you or intrigued you the most. For now, may your sleep be quiet and your planets remain intact. Good night, traveler of stars. The war machines are quiet, their stories told. The galaxy, at least for tonight, is still.